Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel with your host, Down to Crypto TA. Hey, we held our zone yesterday. That's great. We held our zone yesterday. So the first zone I told you to watch for was we'll see if this right here could do something right here. But if not, then we knew that the one right here with the X in it, we said this is it right here yesterday. Told you to take down your levels here around this weekly range in here. Look at how pretty that tap hit the bottom down there. Like, we be lit with them levels. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you be the level queen. That's what I am, the level queen. All right, so we got that bounce off of here off of Bitcoin. Please tell me you got long, or please tell me you took notes on this and this worked out for you. We did have some bullish divergence in here, so we had a little bit of hidden bullish divergence in here. We had higher high, higher low on price action, and then lower low on our indicator here, and also here on the RSI as well. And we have pushed back up into our zone. We pushed in a little bit deeper here. We didn't come up to the top side of the range yesterday. One of the things I mentioned to you is that we could sweep the top side of this range in here, and then pull back down again. So we do need to watch that. We do have a little bit of a squeeze in here also on this 1 hour time frame. No, 15 minute. Let me see. Yeah, 15 minute. We do have a squeeze. So we do have a little bit of a squeeze on our 15-minute time frame. Let's just move forward in here so we can see a little bit clearer. You know, we're back into our resistance level in here. What we're looking to break above and flip, right? So we want to get out of here. We want to back test it as support and be able to go. So this is what we're looking at right now here on our 4-hour time frame. Zooming on over here. I mean, we're back here again, trying to get this push above the resistance level in here. You can see our resistance level across here. So we're trying again. We do still have the bear div here, but nice thing is we are holding our trend regression line in here. So you can see our trend line across here. We have not come in and violated that yet. So I'm loving that. Like I said, on the 15-minute time frame, there is a little bit of a squeeze in here. I'm gonna have some issues today with the stream. I can tell you already. It's kind of lagging on me, so you can see we do have some squeezing happening in here on this 15-minute time frame that we're playing out a little bit in here. If we hold a 20 SMA in here on the 15-minute time frame, if not, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We still look good on our 4-hour time frame, and that has been the most important thing for me right now, is just making sure to keep an eye out on that 4-hour time frame, and that we still stay intact on our 4-hour time frame. All right, so Ethereum, same thing. I actually did take my entry yesterday on Ethereum because of the level that we were watching here on ETH that we said price action needed to hold. And that was this in here. And we tapped it twice. I got long over here when we came into it. This is where I took my long entry. I considered buying a little bit more in here, but I was like, I'll let it be. And yeah, so I just bought my position over here, came back into it. I really wanted to add. I was like, double bottom, but I didn't. Now the thing with Ethereum right now that's just really kind of irritating me is we keep front running highs. Like the actual pivot highs, we keep front running those, so we don't take them, and that irritates me. So I don't know what's going on with that. I just know that it's going on, and I'll be glad when they stop doing it. So I have a new zone in here right now, and this zone that you see in here right now that we haven't tapped back into, as you can see, I did add one of my indicators on here that I haven't turned on in a long time, but it goes all hand in hand with the Bollinger and whatnot. So we do have a squeeze here on the 15-minute time frame here for Ethereum as well. And for the 15-minute, this is just a zone that I want to see us hold on the 15-minute. The top side really is the thing for me. Now, the top side has some relationship to the 4-hour time frame. I'm just going to click on that so you can see that 4339.31 and 4324.62. Okay, so the really, like I said, the top side is really like the bigger thing for me. Because we've had a little bit of a shift in the momentum. Remember, yesterday I told you that it would make sense for price action to be able to trade outside of this zone, this level in here, and I told you it can break it. It can break it, but because it's based on a 4-hour time frame, we shouldn't be trading outside of it. So if I flip over here to the 4-hour, you can see we did push up, we got a close, and then we got that immediate drop back behind it off of that level right there. So it's a little different today. It's a little different today. Therefore, I did not spread this out, but I left it on the chart. So yeah, I'm not going to focus on this level over here today, but that was an opportunity for you to take a short. If you were somebody who was interested in taking one, you could have used that yesterday to get short, because like I said, it would not make sense to be, blasting all up through here at this level. All right, so that's Ethereum. Let's take a look at SUI, because SUI is actually, it actually cleared the zone, right? So I haven't even looked back to see about the bearish divergence anymore, because I gave the 3 levels in here yesterday anyway. Resistance in here. We ended up clearing it, so that's good. So this was 0.1. 0.2, of course, I told you yesterday was going to be here at 368, and then our third point is going to be up here at 392. Okay, so like I said, we can get up here. So this is no big deal. We can get up here, and we really shouldn't see price blasting through this level. This is the level right here. This is like the main one up here, which is why it's a red arrow. That's the main one in there. So level 1, level 2, and then our level 3 right here for SUI. I would love for it to go up there. I told you I did a video on it. I did a video on it on Sunday or Saturday. Saturday. I did a video, and I wanted you to watch that video. I can tell you that I told you it's a great time to spot accumulate, because we don't know. We don't know if we're going to push up here first and then reject and probably drop about 50%. We don't know, but it was a good place to spot buy. I wouldn't leverage. That was my thing. I wouldn't leverage, but spot buying is okay. I'm going to take us back over here to some hopium that I have. Now, this is just pure hopium. It's probably dropped already. I haven't really looked at it, to be honest, this morning. Well, no, not since I saw the rejection coming in from Bitcoin and Ethereum. I haven't looked back over here at it, but this is just pure hopium for myself. Okay, this is just pure hopium for me. So don't take it serious. Okay, World Liberty Finance Coin. I don't know what made me just start to like this thing, but I did just start to like this thing. So I'm thinking maybe this could be an inverse head and shoulder. Maybe. What does the measure move take us up to? Somewhere around 30-something cents. But I was like, I like it. I just kind of like that, I just kind of like that. So I held. Actually, the first, we took it yesterday. I did go in and I set a stop loss. I ended up basically almost re-entering back to where I had entered at yesterday, pretty much. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to let it do whatever it wants to do. So we got a dip out of this zone in here. And I changed some things up, because I did take a look at it. We only have this 1-hour time frame really to get the most data out of it. So I changed some things up in here, and I just highlighted ranges for the chart. And so we're just sitting inside this big range in here. I also moved the lower line and I set it to the line bias, because before I had it on the wicks. And by using it on the wicks, it raise the trend line up a little bit, and I wanted the trend line to be at its lowest point. And at its lowest point, you can see how it just comes back in and it back tests it from a line perspective. So I liked that. We did get a break above this line in here, and I had this one on here, wick to wick, and we got a break above that one, and we also broke the one for the line chart also. Um, so we'll see. We'll see. It won't hurt me if it doesn't work. Like I said, it's low leverage, low capital on this thing right here, and I won't be rich if it does work. Okay, so everything is all right with me on this one. But yeah, this is my little hopium in here. Like let's do this. Let's do this. Let's reverse this thing and run it back up. So you can see we're stopping out in here. You want to know how I did this right here? Pretty simple, pretty simple. You see this big candle, this candle in here. So I did this candle in here, just a nice candle, and it just made sense when you look at how price action reacted to the top side of the candle and the low side of the candle. And that's basically what I look at when I do zones. It just looks better than having a ton of lines, and I'll show you what I mean by that in just a minute, because I do got a ton of lines in here. And then the one up here, top side of the wick, low side of the wick, and just looking at how we react when we come into that point. And the same thing down here, top side of the wick, low side of the wick, and looking at how we, react when we come into this point. And so you can also draw, like, you can't actually use volume. I was about to say you can, but you can't. So you can't actually use anything that, any indicators that speculate that they're volume indicators. You can't use those on here because it doesn't allow for that sort of data. So over here, like if I were to try to turn volume on, you see how you get that. It don't give you that kind of data. So can't do it. Can't draw VWAP because that's volume weighted. You can't do that. But I have a way around that when I do my levels that gives me the volume. But yeah, this is what you got in here on World Liberty Finance. I do have some ranges in here, which is why I'm saying I did it like this. Levels. I have some levels in here. If I turn that off and I turn it on like this, so I have levels in here. Tap that one perfectly, and these are just 1 hour levels throughout price action in here. So just 1 hour levels that we can hit, and I'll be looking for a reaction. Mainly probably want to look at the ones that are closer towards the top side of the pivot. So coming up, I would probably be looking at 24 cents, and then next by 25, but that's just the average. That is the average range. So volume range, just got to have your way around that kind of stuff with something like this that doesn't allow you to see actual volume. So that is where we're at here on World Liberty. Let me know if you're still in that trade. I'm just going to hold it. And I found something else that I like too. It's called DEXE. So DEXE, I'm assuming that's what it is. How you pronounce it. Let's see. I think I was looking at it here from this Ethereum chart over here. And it's this thing right here. I'm loving this thing. I bought it yesterday. I tweeted on it. First of all, I tweeted on it because I'm like, I like this weekly chart on this thing. We hadn't done any of this. We were like at $6.99 when I tweeted on this thing yesterday. And boy, I jumped in. I got in because it's the weekly chart for me. So right now on this thing, dang, I was just up like 22%, 20, 30 something percent. But anyway, I'm back down only 13% up on it, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, great looking weekly chart. Great looking weekly chart. Hear me when I say that. I'm gonna take us over to the weekly chart. I am loving, and you can see what we're probably hitting right now. So you got pressure. You see that? And this is my indicator again. I said I haven't used this indicator in a minute, but you can see we got pressure in here. And I love this pressure in here because you know how I feel about Bollinger Squeezes, right? So you got pressure building in here for a Bollinger Squeeze break to the upside. And this thing looks hella delicious. It used to be, I think the half of this thing was like $35 or something like that. I'm keeping it conservative right now because I don't really know what to expect out of it. So I'm kind of keeping it conservative in terms of the targets. And then if it does a whole lot more, then it does a whole lot more. But you feel me? This looks nice. This looks nice. A nice trend line down through here with the squeeze on the Bollinger at the breakout point. I couldn't resist. I bought. And I tried to say it without saying it. I didn't want to have to do all that typing yesterday, so I just, just a quick tweet. I like the weekly time frame for weekly chart for DEXY. So we'll see what this thing does. You see the two targets that I'm looking at. I put a little 4-hour target in here because there's nothing in between the space in here. So I just put this in here and I put this one up here. So these are the main two that I'm going to be watching for right now. There's a little smaller one in here just on the initial break to the upside. If that's going to be what's happening. What you saw on the lower time frame in here, that was I think that was just this trend break. Yeah, just this trend break right here. So that's actually, I have to go to the 4-hour to see that. Yeah, so that was just that this one. That was just this trend line right here. So like I said yesterday, it was $6.99. It was down here with the little squeeze here on the 4-hour. Oof. So if you follow me, head down to Crypto TA. You might catch a little win. You might catch some win from me, But I'm excited about this thing. I'm excited about it. I didn't put a whole lot of money into this either. And the only reason why I didn't is because I noticed, where was it? I can't really see it from here. I guess maybe I just overreacted. It was something that I was seeing like with the wicks from the higher time frame. It just kind of, I don't like when I see stuff like that. So I was like, I'll keep it conservative. I'll take what the market blessed me with on this thing right here and go from there. But yeah, it can dump all this back right now. And I'm gonna hold it. I didn't even put a stop loss on it. That's how much I care. I didn't even put a stop loss on it. I'm like, shoot. It's a risk I'm willing to take on this. And I think that was the point right there. The trend line right here. This is the point where we broke the 20 SMA, also broke the top side of this, and it was confirmed. This trend line right here was confirmed with the moving average. So I love when I see the moving average running straight down a trend line. That's great confirmation for your break to the upside. Great reason to get long on something or to get short on something when you have a moving average that runs parallel to a trend line. Always look for that. Always. So that's this thing right here. That's this thing. DEXE. I put it in the category all by itself. I actually called this Bollinger Band. That's what I called it. I even set up shop over here right now so I can start looking for some stuff from time to time. Mainly top 100 or this isn't the top 100. I think it's like 112 or something like that. But, or 110 yesterday when I looked at it. So, yeah, I'll be eyeballing this right here. This is just looking out for the 15-minute time frame so we can catch some early entries because it's hard for me to try to get some stuff out there to you guys when I really want to. So that's that. But again, this thing looks good on a weekly time frame. It looks prime on a weekly time frame. That's why I bought it. not for the 15-minute. I bought it because it was prime. It's prime for a weekly breakout, weekly break to the upside. It got my money. All right. Let's come back over here to actually, you know what? The market is kind of steady right now. It's kind of steady right now. So we put this one back on Ethereum though, and then take a look and see what our altcoins are doing. We already took a look at SUI. I can see XRP is already back at our target. And I was going through videos last night, like talking about, just going back to look at what I said on XRP, because I know on XRP, I mentioned that people were looking for some sort of a descending triangle breakdown on XRP, and I was like, they're gonna be so disappointed. That was what I said a little while back. They're gonna be so disappointed because I could see the pressure building up for XRP for the pump that it did end up getting here. Put this back on our 15-minute here for Ethereum. And let me switch over here to our World Liberty. My dream over here. Yeah, that happens. That's gonna be nice. Okay, so XRP, I'm gonna put us on a 4 because that's gonna be easier for us. That was the target we were looking for. This was the downside. We overshot it. We overshot the downside down here, but that's okay. We did look at that, and I turned it to a line perspective, and I'm like, still, we know it's so cookie cutter. XRP and Solana ranges are cookie cut ranges. So they just work. So when you get inside this box, I'm looking down here and I'm looking up here. I know that if I know this box is gone, I'm looking down here and then I'm looking down here. I mean, it's such a cookie cutter altcoin. So we talked about getting back here to VWAP 302. We got back here to VWAP 302. Yeah. We had to squeeze down here. Talked about that. And that was when I was like, yeah, they're looking for the descending triangle breakdown. They're gonna be so disappointed because it's not gonna play out the way they're looking for it to play out. And I saw that all across social media. But let me slide this one out a little bit in here too. It can still do its thing. It can still do its thing. So still gonna be looking at this target in here. Not saying that XRP is gonna do that right now, but if we flip this VWAP once again, then there's a good chance we come back up after this high and then be looking at 345. So be looking for this. Okay. So that's that. We've had some runs over here with XRP. We have when we had all of this in here, and we were looking for the breakdown in here, and we knew it was gonna, if we didn't hold at the top, we'd hold down here. That's why I say it's so cookie cutter. You get the bounce. We didn't have another level throughout here, so I need to check the weekly and see if anything else came up for it, and I'll plot that in here so we'll know what that is exactly. Didn't quite make it down here. Well, anyway, history in the making. Let's move on. Take a look at our Solana. Like I said, another cookie cutter chart. And before, I wasn't even using daily levels in here. It was just strictly just the weekly levels, period. Wasn't using 4-hour, wasn't using dailies, but I just decided I want to start closing off gaps a little bit. So Solana would have been, me saying I'm looking back in here, which is why I started to do this. When I did look at other levels in between, because sometimes you just don't. So I know I'm looking at 227 now. I know that. I know I'm looking at 227. So Solana comes up, hits 227, and then I'll be looking forward to possibly reject from somewhere in there and look down. And if it doesn't, then I know I'm looking at 243 up to 257 next. So this is looking okay in here right now. Let me just check something. I'm just trying to see what I did in here. This must be coming from a daily time frame, the trend line, and it's on a it's based on a line bias too. I can tell that from how I have it drawn out. Look at that beautiful little squeeze down here. But nothing. I'm just gonna be watching 15-minute time frames more than anything for entries. If you guys don't have one, it's something you're trying to get into if you don't have one. But I mean, it's fine right here for now. For now, I don't see anything wrong with it. RSI looks really nice in here. Maybe a little cool off period is about to come. Again, maybe, I would like to see us hit the 227 before we see that cool off in here, though. But there is some hinting in here to a cool off, and then you got a bear div in here also on the 4-hour time frame. So some sort of a little softening in here. We'll see if it moves. Sometimes like this right here, when you see it like this right here, sometimes it could start to put in like a corrective structure, and then you just be looking for a break. So like this one right here, you know, you can see the bearish divergence right in here. So between here and here, you can see the bearish divergence right there. And then sometimes you'll just get another corrective structure out of it, like this. So just like with that. And then you, this would have gave you a faster break though, faster entry right here. So sometimes that happens. So that is something that we can be looking for right here on Solana on the 4-hour time frame. We'll see how this shapes up, if it's going to be corrective or if it's going to do something like this. So this over here, this is a lot different in here. You can see in here, like, yeah, this is not corrective. Let's see how we just plummeted in here. Yeah, that drop off was not corrective right there. So just watch it. We'll see what comes about here with this in the next coming hours, days, or whatever it takes for it here. I mean, I can see the problems already with the stream today. Already. I need to refresh things. All right. So, oh, I was looking at possible long in here. Why I don't see my little arrow though? I usually do something where I tell you look for the break and then the reclaim. Yeah, because this totally blasted straight through the zone. So it would have been the break and the reclaim. Crow. Let me think for a sec here. Can absolutely. I was wanting to see this, but I can absolutely wait for it to come into the golden pocket 4-hour range in there. That's actual legit support. That's legit support, but this was liquidity sweep in here. So that's the idea. Break and reclaim. It looked like I told you to jump your behind right on in here to it too. I don't even know if I like it though. I don't even know if I like it. Do I like it? I don't like it just yet. But it's not bad. I don't like it just yet, but it's not bad. You can see the cool off phase happen right there. So that's where you get your green candle from. And it's going to be difficult today. Got oversold on the 4-hour time frame. I don't see any bullish divergence. I would like to see some bullish divergence here on the 4-hour time frame. Once that confirmation kicks in, because it's rolling over too much to not have bullish divs, and it looks like it would get it with another. It looks like it would get it with another push down. I don't know if we. I don't think that it would go more oversold than it went oversold in here. I don't think that it would. I don't quite like that just yet. So I would wait a little bit here. Let's see if we can get into this 4-hour level in here with the golden pocket. Let's see if we can do that. And then if we do that and we look like we're gonna hold, then we can revisit Crow. And so you got the golden pocket, and then you got the 4-hour level in here, and let's see what that. Ooh. I was about to say, ooh. Yeah, we gotta really zoom out to get to that support, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Let's wait on this. Let's wait on this. Either this or some bullish divergence. Well, one of them needs to be present. And then, of course, I'll be looking for way more than this right here. But one of them needs to be present. And right now, neither one. Let me zoom out. Okay, and see the little squeeze here off the 1-hour time frame. See if there's any bullish divergence in here. See, I just need to see some bullish divergence somewhere. And we don't have it. So probably not ideal just yet on Crow. And just wait on that happen. I wouldn't even do trend line breaks. I'm gonna move on. Wait for Crow to get itself together. BNB. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to see something with BNB. I know I can pull you up some 4-hour levels, but let's see if something new happened here. No new weekly levels. Like I said, I think BNB is rounding. Top is rounding, and I wouldn't want to trade BNB at these highs anyway. I don't care. Yeah, I wouldn't want to trade at these highs. Probably somewhere back down around 700, about mid 7, about 750, something like that seems like seems more realistic here for Binance. Put this on a weekly real quick. Oh yeah, it's here. It's this level right here, actually. It's back in here. I mean, you can say either one, but yeah, this is where it is. So you'd be looking for BNB to come back into here, this 4-hour range in here, and we can go off of the 4 instead of the weekly is here. If my thing stops freezing up on me, the weekly is here in blue. They're kind of chopping each other or sitting stacked on top of each other right here. So you'd be back in this zone in here for BNB to want to buy it right now still. I think that this was a good rejection spot right here for BNB to start to roll over. Maybe it can take out this high. Maybe that's possible. And then it'll just be another wick on the top side of that is what I'm guessing right now, because I'm looking at the weekly and the weekly looks like it's going to roll over. Which is why I keep saying probably a rounding top formation. Just looking at it from down lower. So I would wait on that for BNB. And want to see how well the levels were doing in here. Sometimes. I'm tired of this daily level. I don't think it's working anymore anyway, so I'm gonna take it away. I'm really not a fan of this one either. I'm gonna take that away, and I'm just gonna leave these other two in here. And just be looking for that to get hit. So if you're looking to get long, this would be your long entry in here. I wouldn't look too long up here. Even just scalping it, I wouldn't look too long in here. You can see, right here. It just hasn't happened yet, but this is gonna flip in. You're gonna get the sell signal. You don't see the white line just yet. You can see the shading in here. You can see where iron momentum might be cooling off quite a bit in here. And you can tell by the candles as well what the candles look like up here. A little cloud cover in here after your weekly time frame. It's going to get a pullback, and then you can look to enter, but I will wait. All right, so do we have bear div in here? No bear div. I think the bear div is old. Yeah, so the bear div was back in here. At least on the Bollinger, it was back in here. So the bear div was between this point in here on the Bollinger. And you do have a squeeze in here, so you will be looking for another cool off. Another cool off in here on the 4-hour time frame. Probably got bear div in here too, since you had it on the 4. Yeah. Invalidated bear divs over here on the 1 hour and 15-minute squeeze to the downside in progress. Just waiting to break the 20 SMA. All right, so that's BNB. I'm not looking to short anything. I'm just looking for longs right now. ADA. doing pretty good. Nothing's changed from yesterday or any other day that we've taken a look at it. Weekly level back to weekly level. I think that's what we said. Weekly level back to weekly level, but we needed to also flip this level in here, flip above this point in here. We did that. So yeah, weekly level back to weekly level. So 92, 92.80. That's good. I don't need to see anything here trying to stop it on the 4 hour. Yeah, I mean, Cardano's 4 hour time frame is a little overextended right now at the highs, but this is a badass 4 hour time frame. It is. It is. It looks real nice. Now, if I had to give you any bad news, I would tell you that you can come back down to about 81 cents. That would probably be it. I'm not saying the chart looks like it's going to do that, because it doesn't. You know, I'm just throwing it in the universe, that's all. But it's a good looking 4 hour time frame, so I don't have anything to really say about it. Just wait for it to get to some resistance first. All right, H bar. Nothing much has changed in here with H bar either. You know, the thing with H bar was we wanted to get back above VWAP. We did that. That was here at 22. We wanted to hold VWAP coming down. We didn't do it. We broke it. We got a squeeze. I bought H bar spot this time. I do still have my leverage position open on it, but I did buy. I bought it spot this time because it looks pretty nice. I think it was more than just a 4 hour time frame I was looking at for. We haven't got this trend break in here just yet, so. See if there's anything in here that I would tell you. 21 cents could be a return place. I'm just looking at momentum and just, you know, indicating that momentum indicates that 21 cents can be revisited. Doesn't look like the 4 hour is going to do that. Again, it doesn't give me any vibes that is what's going to happen. It's just something to be aware of. On a pullback down, I would be looking back here at this momentum and this VWAP in here. So I want to see this hold in here. So between here and here, the closer we stay to VWAP, the happier I'll be. But on some sort of a pullback in, that is possible. That is possible. So let's just go ahead and I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, it does. So that's what we want to see hold here on H bar. That looks like it wants to cool off though. Like, I mean, we're at the resistance. Maybe you want to draw your line up a little bit more to catch that candle right there. And that'll be my target. Um, we start to get back bullish. That'll be my target up there. 27. But yeah, some sort of a cool off in there right now. Let's see. Just had a 12-hour break yesterday, or the day before, the weekend, or whatever. So it showed this 12-hour Bollinger break. And then you can see when we started squeezing that throughout here. Let me see if there's anything on that 12-hour. I might just need to, yeah, 12-hour looks fine. 12-hour again, like I said, it indicates that price could swing back down into 21 if we just, I don't know, just have black cat bad luck or something like that. 21. Okay, so just remember you can come back into the lows. There's a nicer way for me to put it. Pendle. I started to take this yesterday with Ethereum, but I had the two other ones that I was interested in yesterday was that Dexy, and then World Liberty. I probably regret this because I didn't take it when we got down here. Had the long entry set up. Actually, it wasn't even down here. It was at the golden pocket. So yeah, it was the retracement into the golden pocket 786. Didn't take it. And yeah. Yesterday I felt like I wanted to. On Pendle right now. Pendle just might be getting started. If it flips back down though, you will break. Probably come back into the range low. If it flips back down that yellow line, if we don't get the follow through here for the push higher. I'm gonna have this Pendle. Let me see. Let me just do it from this chart because this is the chart that I actually put the setup on. So this was the setup for Pendle, and if you weren't here for it, remember I said let's see how we react off of this one first, and if not that, then we'll be looking down here on the golden pocket for the entry for it. Break, reclaim on the golden pocket. And so this ended up being a support level instead. On the next push back up, coming back up and dropping back down, it ended up being the support level instead of being the support level the first go round, which is cool because that happens sometimes. You see a level and you think it's going to be support. At some point it will work in your favor. So this target is for the one day momentum high in here, around $5.29. 5.30. So it's still going. So yeah, I started to jump in on it right here yesterday because yesterday on the 15-minute time frame, it did give the setup to get in on the 15-minute time frame. I didn't like it the most. But I saw when we got the drop in and I saw the trend, I could see the trend line through here. I was like, man, I should get in on it, but I didn't. It was this one. It was Pendle. It was Hyperliquid, Ethereum, and Sui all at the same time yesterday. Had the same energy at that point. Had the same energy when they got the drop back down. And that's how I ended up looking at Dexy yesterday as well. Because I was looking for Bollinger breaks. And then I noticed that these were giving buy me vibes. So yeah, that's what we're looking for here. I think I mentioned to you yesterday, I don't know, I see that connection issue just happened right there. I think I mentioned to you yesterday about watching this in here too, because this is going to be some resistance in here. So once price starts to get up here around this 507, if you're in Pendle, you may want to, make that ATP, the TP level. And then I don't know what else you're looking for. And that's what I'm looking for, but I don't know what else you're looking for. Uh, Please feel free. 586, 638. I'm not in it. I love it though. I love it. I love it. Um, Link. I think when we talked about Link yesterday, I don't know that Link had already. Let me see if there was a level I needed to give you on Pendle. Yeah. So Pendle, I'm sorry. I'm gonna throw you back at Pendle real quick because I didn't give you anything in here for Pendle. Pendle could actually come back into that golden pocket 786. So Pendle could sweep that low. So I'm going to tell you 444. Oh, what am I talking about? Yeah, that's the weekly average range. Pendle can come back into this. Can come back to this. So, like I said, if you're in Pendle, I would be doing a TP1. Maybe we push up into here if you haven't TP'd or anything. Maybe it pushes up into here. This would have been my first TP personally, and you can see, this would have been my first TP, the 488. But if you didn't, I would be looking to take something in here unless you're ready to round trip it back down here, because it can round trip it back down to here. You're at resistance. You're trying to push up above this resistance in here. And again, like I said, if you can push up above that resistance, I'd be looking to get out somewhere in here, because you do got additional resistance in here, and Pendle's going to roll. It's going to roll over. Pendle's going to roll over. But I like the token nonetheless. Okay, so Chainlink. I mean, I don't know why I have this like this. It's ridiculous. I don't know why I did it. I mean, I got the level right here. I'm like, let me save you, I don't know, 70 cents or something like that. It didn't matter. It came up to the level anyway. So I don't know why I did this. I don't know. I do that sometimes. Let me see what the crystal ball is saying about Chainlink. I wish I had a crystal ball. So Link is good. Any sort of a move back down here on Link. For some reason, I'm looking at it off of. Let me see. 4. Let me see. 4. Without disturbing the piece over here. That's what I'm trying to do. So you would be looking. Actually, you'd be looking below this daily level this time. You'd be looking somewhere back in here where we have this momentum stuff going on in here. You'd be looking back in here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna highlight this candle right here. I'm gonna put that as the hold zone right here. So I like that. I just wanted to pull it in so you can see what your support was gonna look like when we pull it out. So there's no reason to think that we've already used this because we haven't. So it can do this based on the 4 hour. It can do this. But right now it looks fine. It looks pretty good. It looks like it would keep pushing through, and I will be looking forward to get back into here. And of course, we're all looking higher for Link, but that was the first target in here. And we did that for the reject, but right now I'll be looking forward to get back in here to it, and we'll see how that goes. It's just we squeezed for a long time through here. So I'm not going to admire this level up here as the next target for now, just because I can see how much we squeezed on the 12 hour. Let's look for 25, 50, 54, and see if the 12. Yeah, this looks about right from what I can see. About 25. Yeah, this looks about right. Somewhere back in here could be the key. And then we see another little dip back in, and then we'll see if we correct further up from that. But that looks about right. So we pushed through here. We hit somewhere around this 25, 54, somewhere in here for rejection. If it were to try to do that today, that would be the thing. If it tries to do this today, you know that you have resistance in here. You're going to have resistance in here. So I'll be back on stream tomorrow. Right now, this can come back again. I'm going to do it like this for now. So that could be the case in here for Link. Now, Hype was the other one. Yes, boy, should I have ever. This thing be killing them. I'm telling you, yesterday it gave, like I said, it gave the gave a little entry in here, and it was so simple to take it too because it was already pumping. Like that little pullback was just a continuation. So like if you weren't in Hype, to just get into it. Hype is finally broken through this level in here. I guess it did it yesterday or something. I didn't pay attention to it. I guess because it's like Hype is just I didn't know how this thing was gonna do. Really didn't. I should have kept it when I bought it. Win some, lose some. There's nothing stopping it. 12 hours says nothing stopping it. 4 hours says nothing stopping it. Daily time frame says something should have stopped it. Yeah, daily time frame says something should have stopped it, and it was actually this level in here. It's stating that it should have stopped out in here. So now we on some BS with Hype. I know that sounds crazy, me saying that, especially given how great it's performing. And you can outplay what I'm seeing in here. It can be outplayed, but yeah, it definitely suggests that We should have held the resistance in here. I guess people got hyped up about hype, and that's driving the price or something. I don't see anything in here for news. Yeah, I don't see anything in here for news. So theoretically, this should have held. It should have held. It didn't, but it did give an entry yesterday off of the 15. It gave entry yesterday off of the 15. It was through here. It was right here. It was the drop altogether, actually. But I was like, nah, I'm not doing it. It was the drop altogether. But I didn't take it. I did Ethereum instead. I'm gonna have to question this daily time frame though. But she's going. So it got above that resistance. All I can do is accept that. Just chop it off as a squeeze. Break back into the upside in here. RSI looks good. On RSI looks good. So you can see the RSI. The RSI looks really nice through here. It looks good. That was our cloud cover. So that may have been what I was missing personally. Was this? Oh, sorry. Didn't draw that out quite right. But that cloud cover, sometimes, your lines, they'll show you the way. They may not always line up with it, but they'll show you the way. And since it was chopping it, I needed to actually draw the line out. So that's my fault. Because it was chopping it, it actually needed to be drawn in. And that's on par with it breaking that. Okay, so makes sense now. Let me zoom out on the weekly. Let me see something, because this thing is just pushing. Just pushing. I should have played this yesterday. All it's going to take is one bad week on this. That's it. Just one bad week. So let's just say next week is a bad week. You be back down here at 40. We'll move on past height. But one bad week and this is going to come back to here. That's it. One bad week. XLM was another one that I was looking at yesterday as well. XLM also had the 15-minute. I don't know if XLM actually, it had the 15-minute right in here. It didn't, it just did, it doesn't, I don't know. XLM is XLM. XLM is XLM. I think I turned off. 40. That's what I'll be looking for next on XLM. Keeps pushing. I'll be looking at 40. Lock this back in because you're just in the range. I mean, that's it. So your low was hit here, and then you just be looking to hit your high. In here, 40 cents. That was a nice accumulation range right here for XLM. And let me make sure there's nothing in the chart in here that you should be concerned with. Potentially coming into some resistance right now on XLM, but otherwise, like I said, back up around 40 to 43 actually. Let me see. Yeah, 40 to 43. That's what the chart is showing on the weekly. 40 to 43 is going to be your target. I probably should have messed with it yesterday, but that's your target. 40 to 43 on your weekly. You held the support very nicely on XLM when it got down to when we did this, when we hit this low, when we hit our weekly level low, it was also in line with some additional support off of the weekly time frame. So yeah, 40 to 43 is what you got coming up if you're in XLM. Unless where we're sitting at now, like I said, there is some current resistance in here. It's like 39.40. So it must be this top up here, close to it. I can just do this. It's this candle. I'm coming into some resistance right in here. I'll put a different symbol inside of this one. I'll just put a money symbol in here. So on your weekly, I'll put us on the weekly. You can see we're at this momentum line in here. So if you're pushing through the momentum line in here, then you would hit this as the next level of resistance. And then if there's no issues in here, 40 to 43, that's just going to be the target. Both of these breakouts have already happened, so I really don't need these lines anymore. Just keep them that look like you know what you're doing. That's the only reason why we have them there. I just want to see what I like better. Trend line. Alright, so currently at resistance, you push any higher. Next resistance is right here. Through that, 40, and then 43. And probably stop out right here and chop around some. And that's these lows in here. That's these lows in here right now. That price action is hitting. We're also seeing that momentum. I don't like that. I don't like to cut through. I don't really like cutting through things. All right, Doge. Nothing's changed in here. Okay, so we're attacking these highs, and then we'll be looking at 24. And then 27. We're still holding steady here on the Bitcoin and Ethereum. I wouldn't let you down. You're hitting resistance, yeah. So it's multiple resistance in here. You're actually hitting some weekly resistance right here. Oh, I actually have a new weekly level in here for Doge, and I didn't map it out. Okay, so let me do that, because it appears that I got a new print on the weekly range. I don't know why I would not have made reference to this level. It's actually not even new. I just didn't make reference to it for some reason. But you're hitting that right now, and I may have omitted it because I did say, I did say Doge, right? I am on Doge. Probably because the spacing was too close in here for me to even care about it. That may have been what it was. But I'm going to plot it anyway. It's 23,142. Something is off. I'm sorry, guys. I just hate for something to be off. Do I not have this synced in? Okay, so anyway, you're hitting weekly resistance in here right now, and you can just use these highs in here because it actually hits it pretty perfectly. What I was looking at in here, I'm gonna go ahead and sink it in here anyway. And it is that top perfectly. I promise you, it just happened to be that top perfectly. But for some reason, I didn't have it on in here. Like I said, it may have been the fact that it was so close. And there's one more in here. So while I'm at it, without putting a label on it, I'm going to go ahead and add that one in here too. And what you didn't just see me do was this one in here that doesn't have a label, but I have the daily in here. So did I have I didn't have a daily in here or anything like that, but yeah. This is some pretty strong resistance in here right now. Maybe you do continue and push up into that 24, 25 in here, but this is definitely a resistance point in here right now. And I'm just gonna shade this like that and just make my life easier. All right, so that's Doge. Doge can come back to 17. Oh, why? So based on this weekly, Doge would be coming back into here. We just didn't tap it. We stayed in this one. I guess I had already looked at it. I didn't have a reason to, well, we just never reached it. It was between that one and this one. But the weekly chart is still showing that Doge can pull back into here. And it could be following this rejection. If it does get the rejection between here and this 25, it could be that. And then it pushes back in. But this looks like pretty solid. It could be a squeeze. It can be a squeeze. It looks pretty solid. So just keep an eye on that with Doge, that you could potentially reject between these two in here, and that this would be the area of interest back in here where the golden pocket is sitting at. Thank you for your patience too. Sorry for that. I don't know why. Yeah. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let me get rid of this. So it looks like putting in some bearish divergence back into that zone too. So that can be it. That can be the catalyst. That can be the catalyst because y'all putting in some bearish divvies trying to come back up above here, trying to get back into this. So you take that out. Maybe you push up into the 24. That's a short. That's a short. If you can get that, it'll either be where it comes up and takes out the liquidity there one too many times, or it comes up and it takes it out here. Say it does something like that. Maybe it doesn't even push all the way up into it. And then, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be parallel. That's going to bother me. Hold on, I have to delete it anyway now. Yeah. Thank goodness. I'm just going to put it, well, I'll put it slightly above it. That could be it. Do you want to see that bear deal in there too? But that could be the catalyst here for Doge. Um, Lil Tron been catching hell here lately. That little situation, the coin and all of that, and being blacklisted or whatever. Um, so you got your 33 coming up. Can probably look back at these field levels in here. So I'm gonna leave those alone, even though it blasted through on the first time, just because of what the situation was over here. Aside from that, I'm not really into Tron, so I'm gonna skip it. Virtual, 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 virtual. Went straight into beast mode. As far as I know, these levels haven't changed in here for virtuals. Dang, this weekly chart got some good potential. You know what it was too? And I got it drawn on the other chart over here. Boy, when I get why I don't like something too much at the moment, it doesn't matter. I will overlook every little thing. Now we were looking at the 2-day fair value gap, but it actually was that golden pocket. And I was looking over on my other screen, and then I realized that was what it was, because I was just looking at my other screen. But I'm gonna take away all this purple because I don't need any of this purple in here. It's a new uh-oh. Sorry about that. I don't know why that. There is a weekly level in here. Let me make sure it wasn't on the other chart. No, it's not on the other chart, so I need to add that in here because we didn't have that many weekly levels in here for and this is where you're going to come into your resistance at here right now for virtual. So that's a nice little push up, though. I have to tell you, that's a nice little push up here for virtual. Kareem. Ah, yes, we are. We're at that 113 K level. Yep. We made it, but hey, our daily is still giving. Our daily is still giving. If we hold it, we can be flipping that daily. That little breakout to the upside. It was looking pretty good so far, so I think we can make it, Kareem. I really hope we do. I'm holding out until then. My stop loss is in place. I said I wasn't gonna close it out, but my stop loss is in place. I went back last night to look at it. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna need for you to work. I'm gonna need to make sure that you're in place, because I don't know if I want to sit through if it failed coming back down to that level that I'm looking at. I mean, we still do have that 105 that could still hold, but overall I'm looking down around 90. All right, so I must have done something wrong in here on virtual. Sorry, guys. I must have done something wrong in here on my virtual level. And you don't deserve for me to take you through this. I just needed to correct it. It may be correct on the other chart. I just didn't have it in here on this one. And usually I just sync it. But let me just add my last one. I'm so sorry. I know at first we didn't have but like 3 levels. Looks like we got a little bit more now. And the rest of it I'll deal with on later. Thank you for bearing with me. All right, so that covers rest on virtual. And this is going to be your target right here for potential rejection. It's going to be that right here. I'll put that in red. In fact, it's the low. So I'm just going to set it to low. You can push through. I mean, you can do it anywhere in here, but really it's the low in here around 150, at 150 right here. That will be your resistance in here for virtual. Yeah, tomorrow, if you see below 111,800 again, I think you see a drop, a deep dive down. That on that, what was I looking at yesterday? I don't know if you saw the level we were watching yesterday. To hold on the dip, which we did hold very well. That's actually, let me see if that's still worth noting. Yeah, it moved up. 111.16. 111, I'm sorry, 111.661 is what I'm looking at now. So on Bitcoin, if we do, I think I got it in here. I do. So we're close. We're close in what we're seeing. I'm looking at this one. I know that if we drop this, This time might be different. If we not if we wick it, because we can wick it. This was the one yet for yesterday. Given yesterday on the live that if Bitcoin came back in and started to drop, we was gonna look at this one first, and then this one right here with the X in it. And it ended up being back here to the weekly range in here. But I can see now that if we come back, the posture on the momentum, as you can tell, like you can see from the slope in here, it's up. So it's facing upwards, which is good. So it's not negative posturing, which is a positive on it. So if we were to drop into it now, the only way it would flip negative is if we started closing below it and we weren't able to reclaim it. So if we started closing below it, it would start to round over. But right now it's sitting straight. It's arrowing up like a bird flying in the sky. So it still looks good even if we do drop back into it. But this is definitely the level to watch today. On that 4 hours, definitely going to be this. And then, I mean, this is too easy to take out, but it is this wick in here. It's the first point of losing. It's this wick right here. That'd be the first thing to lose off of the 4 hour. And then it'll be this, but yeah. And we didn't take the liquidity off of this high in here either. Just like Ethereum didn't. And ETH right now, I'm sitting on the Ethereum chart. Put it back on ETH. Hold on. All right. So just again on virtuals, that's what you'd be looking for on this push up. You'd be looking for a rejection somewhere here. All right. So I'm gonna put this back on Ethereum. Put it back on 15. Put it back on ETH, and then I'll pick back up where we were at. So Ethereum is getting close to coming into the range in here from the 4 hour. And again, this top side is ideally where I want to see us hold the top side of this box. If we don't, it's not a big deal, but I want to see us hold the top side of this box. We can be doing something different with Ethereum. That's why I'm saying if we're holding the top side of this box, we can be doing something different. Or how we didn't take this high in here, we can be getting ready to do our 12-hour breakout on ETH. That's why I want to see us hold it. And speaking of 12-hour, let me just take a look at it. That would be so amazing. So amazing. If we hold that top side, that could be where we start to see, again, our 12-hour breakout for Ethereum, which is what we've seen the altcoins do, but we haven't seen Ethereum do. And shared this yesterday, and we're already going through the coins already. So we know everything that had a 12 squeeze got a break. It had a 12. Sui, I forgot Sui didn't have one. And you can forget about this over here with Crow. Sui did, which is fine. Some of them were not as pronounced as I would like for them to be. Cardano. So many of them had their 12-hour. It's time for Ethereum to have one. When you hold that range, we just might see that here with Ethereum. And I was down here at virtuals. So let me get my behind and get it back. That's how I had it. Just flip back up that 20 SMA. That'd be great. Thank you. How long did I feel like it's a trick? Why do you feel like it's a trick? No, the daily is actually that the daily is actually giving us some great vibes right now for Bitcoin. It really is giving us some great vibes. Now we do still have the bear div, so we can still pull back, but that daily is primed to break out. It's primed to give us that push to the upside. Maybe something shifts tomorrow or something like that, or maybe even later today, possibly. But that, I don't know, the daily had been anticipating it. I like it. I like the daily. Yeah, we've been anticipating it. I was saying that earlier that I was going through the videos, and we waited for this target to get hit for 2 weeks. We hit it, and that was the start. We hit it, and we started shifting, and like we're in the squeeze in here. We're in the squeeze in here on the RSI. Bollinger, we were getting stopped out at the 20. We still can reject in here from the 20, but I don't know. We're primed for a breakthrough though. Even if it's one more trip to take out the liquidity at the low. The daily is a reset though. And the weekly, I mean, that's different. But the daily, I wouldn't argue with the daily. And the weekly is just what we're seeing the resistance at now. Every movement average you can think of is just sitting here. Every movement average, whether it be VWAP, whether it be like I said, I gave you the SMA, your EMAs, HMA, my DTMA, um, whatever it is sitting here acting as resistance. So breaking this is going to be a strong move for Bitcoin. A strong move for Bitcoin. But everything under the sun is sitting at this level. And then we break down. Possibly break down. We do this. And that's probably going to be losing that 10. Yeah, losing. That's why I set my stop loss too. It'll probably be losing that. I know we're sitting on it. Yeah, so we'll be losing that low. Be losing this low. We'd be dropping the 20 SMA. And then I'll be looking for that, what was it, 90, somewhere back in here. Between there and here. I think that's what it's set up for. over here. I just see this as being more probable. Can still look at this. May even can still look at that 105, but it just seems like we would do something back here around the golden pocket. We would do like a 60 EMA. Looks like we would do like a 60 EMA bounce. It just happens to be what we did every other time. So I'm just guessing. It would be this. It would be the low of the Bollinger, and it would be this. 20 and 60 EMA. We hit it right there. And we hit it right here. So I'm just assuming it'll be that again. That's my thought. Unless it's our bear market. Unless it's our bear market, we getting ready to come into end of October. And then I said like 45 or something like that. 55, I think it was 55. I think it was something like that. 55 probably. Which means Michael Saylor would he'd be in the hole. From what I understand, he would be in the hole if that was to happen. We'll see now. I'm sorry, Kareem. We'll see. We'll see if it's a trick. Let's see. We have the hidden bullish divergence in here. So we got the hidden bull deal because it's going to be hard to not print bullish divergence. It's just going to be hard. So we got the higher low and the lower low. So we got the hidden bullish divergence in here. I'm where we had to set up at. We just gonna break this, baby. We're gonna break this and we're gonna push up. And that might be our last paycheck for a minute. But we're gonna push up. I think we push up first now. I was saying I think we dip first. I did say that. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know if we're gonna dip first or pump first. I'm leaning towards the pump at this moment. My mind can't change. It's my mind. He said 95 to 101. We'll see. Oh man. He said no bear market, just that September scare that we always see in final years of the cycle. That's why it's in my mind. We always see it. Yeah. Now bear market for me wouldn't be until October anyway. It'd be the end of October. I tell you, October 20th, 1,065, 1,066 days, somewhere in between 1,065 to 1,066 days is how long Bitcoin pumps before. I mean, in the past 2 times, that's what it did. So that'd be like October 20th. And that'd be like 1,065 days. Up. $1,065 days of up. And then 62 to 41. I don't like those. Wish they'll go away. I need to take them off. This will be my bear market. back here. That'd be my bear market. There's a bear market there. There's a bear market here. It'd be the bear market here. If we have a bear market, when we have a bear market, we'll have a bear market. It's just if we have a bear market, when we have a bear market, yeah. Because the rest of the market's been pumping like crazy, but it worked there, and I'm gonna tell it to work again. It worked over here too. It was the low. It was the low every time. Call me crazy, but we're gonna bookmark this video. When it happened, that's what I say. That's what I would say. 60 EMA, people. 60 EMA. It's been working for the weekly time frame. That's why I set it there. And you got the gap down here too. You got the CME gap in here. It just all adds up to here. All of it. It just adds up to here. CME gap, which we just rejected from again. This CME gap, we just rejected from the low side of the CME gap again in here. Eventually, we'll fulfill it. You can't see it from the daily. You can see it from here. So from the 4 hour, you can see a gap. And that's what we rejected from again. And it looks like we're ascending. And here also, we're ascending. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, the inverse head and shoulder can be validated. It can be validated through volume. I checked that. I checked it before we even actually fulfilled this section over here. So it can be validated through volume. Breaking deals. Ha ha. You always on point, Kareem. You're always on point. Yeah, nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen at any point. It's all probabilities. But they say you walk like a duck, quack like a duck. Might be a duck, you know? Might be a duck. So this could be trying to do an ascending in here also. But we already know what the invalidation that we're looking for. But then there is still here. This is all in line with the 60. I mean the price, the price is going to be different, CME versus you know, dexes and, you know, sexes and stuff like that. But that's still, you're still looking at that 60 EMA. You're still looking at it. If we're filling that gap, you're still looking down here at it. Might be a small goose, still a bird. It's still a bird. A bird is a bird. Still a bird. I don't think I want to eat goose though, but it's still a bird. I tried goose eggs before. Disgusting. Disgusting. And I sound so angry about it. Never have that again. But that's what we chopping. You keep knocking on it. Hammer, hammer, hammer. It's chopping wood in here, baby. You're gonna split it. You're gonna split it. Okay? You're not hammering anything in here. You're hammering a trend line, of course, an ascending trend line through here. So sure, that can be broken too. But we chopping at this wood. This log is going to split. Bitcoin gonna come right up through it. And me and Kareem gonna make some money. That's what's happening here. And Ethereum, it keeps deleting my stuff. I guess because I keep changing. I don't know. Been opening new windows and stuff, so it's been deleting me over here. Oh, no. It didn't delete anything over here. My bad. It did not delete anything over here. I'm coming through here like I've lost something. Like I lost something. Probably did. Oh, we all the way up here. I need to slide that out. Okay, this indicator. This is somebody's indicator right here. I have one of my own, but I love theirs so much. So that's our little gap in here for Ethereum. That's the one we need to fill for Ethereum. And that would be a nice rally. But I don't know why Ethereum is going through the Ethereum stuff where they just want to see. You did it over here. You took it. Did you take it? Before 1.5. So you met it double top. Heartbreak. A little bit of heartbreak on that thought. I'm gonna keep holding it until it stops me out, and hopefully we can get up there on this on ETH. Hopefully we can. I would definitely say we're in fulfilling the inefficiency. All right. Let me see Bitcoin on the. Oh yeah, we definitely going up, Kareem. Even if it's just like I said, 115. I think that was what we looked at on target wise yesterday. Was like 115, 116. I do want to do the golden pocket. That's no lie. Love to do the golden pocket. That would be great. There is some resistance before that, and it is around that 115 to 116. Let's say 116.5. So there is the resistance there. So Doing this is really good, but there is some resistance there, and then maybe we range in there for a while, and then we actually get an additional push to the upside. And then after that, after we fulfill this move in here, whatever it is we're going to do in here, then we get we can start thinking about our move back into the 60 EMA or something like that, which at some point will have traveled. It will have moved slightly, but it looks like we definitely do come up. Like momentum is to the upside on the weekly time frame, with the exception of the fast. Fast momentum is the only thing that came down. So fast momentum came down. Slow momentum is still flying. It's still shooting towards the sky. That always comes back into that. I've not seen it not. I used to get wrecked because I'd be so focused on the fast momentum moves that I didn't see the slow ones were still pushing up, and then that'd be the thing that price always comes back up into. That's the indication that this is just temporary, and you know we're going back up, but it's still my target, even if I had to move it a little bit. It looks pretty good. Just struggling a bit. We have resistance. What else can we do when we're hitting resistance? This whole thing across here is just resistance. It's our previous week high that we're trying to cross right here. And there's 12-hour resistance in here. I think that's what it was. 12-hour resistance in here. All right, so we're still waiting on that to play out. And I was looking at theta next. I'm theta long. Even if we're not ready to break out, I'm still theta long. Again, bought theta spot. I bought theta spot. I have to say that every time when I talk about something that I'm in, when I'm sharing details about something that I'm in. I just like to be transparent and say I'm in it. And I don't get biased about anything. I don't care if I'm in it or not, but just I'm in it. I'm not Alex Becker money, so I'm not going to move the market and cause you any harm. Or Rand Nooner. Just keep waiting to see if we'll get the breakout though. But I bought a jumped in spot because we kept holding down here like it's an accumulation zone. So waiting for that breakout, break back up, and then eventually, we want to get above here. We want to not just keep putting in lower highs. Theta would do good, I believe. Theta's a sleeper. 4-hour, nothing spectacular or call out here on the 4. Nothing. It will sell off when everything else sells off with some exhaustion. It's not the bad kind of bear dip though, because it's not fresh. It's really not fresh. You really would have been looking at this right here instead. This the point in here. And not so much back here. RSI looks fine. So maybe some temporary pullback in here, and then continuation for the breakout here on theta. And let me just double check my wallet. The last time I was like, I got Pith, and then I set a stop on Pith, and I got stopped out, and Pith pumped right behind. After they stopped me out, it pumped, and that was kind of, can't be mad. I set the stop, which is what I needed to do. So how about I don't have theta? Shit. What? I had to go for a moment of silence. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait. Dang. That's twice in a row. Like, I got Pith. No, you don't have Pith anymore, honey. I got theta. No, you don't have theta. You don't have it. You don't have it. Anyway. Crazy thing about theta is I talked about how theta was a good buy over here. I got leverage long on theta, and then I cut theta right here. I sold it right here. Had it on leverage trade at that time, and I sold it right here. And I forgot that I was looking at the weekly chart when I bought it, and I bought it for the purposes of the weekly chart for a nice rally. That was the crazy part. And then it went on without me. And it was such a great play. Such a great play. And sometimes I buy stuff and I forget what my purpose is, but I know what it is when it comes to this one over here, though, which I told you about this one this morning. So we'll see. Theta looks good. It looks good. I can't win for losing, man. But it looks good. So maybe we see a rejection here. Maybe if not, then it goes on without me, and that's fine too. If you're in theta, it looks nice. I love it. That was a great place right here to accumulate if you missed out on it down here, because that was, yeah. So looks nice. Make sure there's no catalyst for you here on theta. Not necessarily. You are hitting some resistance on the weekly time frame, which, you can see the resistance you're hitting already. So the weekly resistance lines up with the resistance from that ascending trend line, the top side of the formation here. Once that break above that happens, it is confirmed with the resistance, not just the trend line. It's confirmed with the indicator resistance. that once that break happens, it's a legitimate break for theta, and it's again a weekly time frame break, and the actual target up is going to be somewhere around 130. So let's see. Let me pull this in. So yeah, this is going to be your target up here. 119, 129. That's going to be your target. And I think that's the only reason why I left it where it was just, did I put the other targets in here? I did not. I did it just like that because I knew that this is what price would come to. When I first looked at it down here, I knew that that was someplace that price would come to. So I didn't even add the rest of the weekly levels on here. I'm going to leave it as is. I'll go and fill those in later once theta does start to show more signs of strength for that push out. But it's going to be a nice move for anybody who's already in theta. Drawdown on theta could be coming back and sweeping that low, probably even going a little bit lower. So your actual lowest point on theta right now would be down around 56 cents. That would be your lowest point for theta right now, 56 cents. Aside from that, yeah, we've already got one break up. So the first break was actually, so that was a fast break right here. That was a fast break across here. And then, yeah, this is just the second break here on the weekly resistance. The second one you would need to break on the weekly resistance. Flip that into support. And then see you there. So let's theta. I probably will pick up some though. If it gets a slight pullback, I'll buy again. I sound butt ugly hurt right now because I am. Injective. All right, so VWAP, they're at 1430 here. Macro VWAP, but you can see how price action just kind of chops through this VWAP in here. So it's not the end all be all with this VWAP. You go straight into the weekly level in here. I will be looking back in here about 1510 to the up and to the upside about 1698 there. So 1510 to 1698 is something that I would be looking at here for INJ. It probably could even be a formation that we actually see a break to the upside instead of the breakdown on here. Instead of actually breaking down, that could be the thing in here. But only time will tell on that. So we have the levels to watch for in here. Why do I have this in here like this twice? I don't know. So let me change this because this should not be this way. Now it makes sense. Hold on, that's not 510 though. No, it's not. All right, now it makes sense. So 1510 to 1698 there. That's that target there. If you're a VWAP person, then I guess you can look for your rejection at VWAP. Again, price has not respected this VWAP very much. Yeah, it rarely is. It's barely showing that it respects this VWAP. So yeah, I just be looking there. I need to figure out, look at it and see why I'm still using it. And then, yeah, that was, INJ. That looks good. Whatever trend line it had down through there. Golden pocket can still be a thing intact, like to the downside. You can still address the golden pocket or come back down here towards this weekly range around 1098 to this 786 to the downside. But if we're gonna push, then I would just be looking up. But you have the levels through here for INJ. Looks okay. 12-hour is given. Like it wants to, it's gonna pull back on these 12 hours at some point. It would just be a pullback, hopefully. You haven't quite hit resistance just yet either. here. So again, uh, yeah, 1460, 1460. For now, I would keep it conservative and say here, back into here. I think this was one of our first targets here actually for INJ. And I'm sorry to do this to you because I need this. See how we're trying to hold up above this? That's what I want to see. I want to see us hold this. Can't say that we do, but hopefully we do continue to hold this top. So just hold the top side. Ethereum, just hold the top side. But I know for INJ, that was a target that we hit. So and some of the stuff I don't have synced in to that first chart, so I have to do it like this. So yeah, that was one of the first targets in here. That was target one that we actually hit in here for injective. And I started looking at something. I started looking at this as a channel, but you can see how I have it drawn out differently on that lower time on the 12 or whatever time frame. Then this was supposed to be a target in here for price to come back into an INJ, which is like 25, and then 30, 32 up here. So we did this one, and then we rejected, and then I think we may have been breaking. What are we doing in here? Yeah, we had to squeeze in here. We put in some sort of bear div on the high, which is why it failed initially and came back. And this looks corrective through here. So I don't know what that means. And let me make sure this doesn't move. So that's something to look back at some point later. And then the daily in here. So somewhere around 1460, probably back up to where I was saying, like right here at that low in there, 1510. That's going to be where you can see price possibly stall out and come back. So if you do that, that would be great. At least taking the liquidity from this one up here, that would be good for injective. Yeah, that would be good for injective. So RSI looks nice. I like this RSI here. It looks like about to get the follow through here too off of this 12-hour time frame. 4 hour, yep. You can already see it. Like look like somebody getting ready to jump off a cliff. Dive. Let me say. Somebody's getting ready to jump off a diving board. That sounds better. We already looked at Pendle. Oh, this optimism. No, I'm not talking about Pendle. I'm so thrown off right now about Theta. I can tell you I'm really hurt over Theta. Okay, so I looked at this low in here instead of looking at the high. Oh well, but I mean that's old information now. We have broken out of the top side of the range. We were still looking for some sort of a closure above here on OP. We still haven't got that yet. Yeah, we still haven't got that yet. Actually, I could just bring that in and say from here, we've gotten no closure. And I think I did this off of a daily. No, I didn't do it off of a daily, that's for sure. So you know what? With that said, let me do this and then actually, what did I do that off of? That's weird. It has to be like some sort of a 2-day or something like that, probably. Is it a 2-day? 3-day? No, it's not a 3-day. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did it. Huh. What's up with the wicks on OP though? These wicks are wild. This is incorrect. I don't know why this looks like this. This is incorrect. And I just have to go back and fix it later. Maybe it's because I'm on that time frame. No, this is incorrect. And I have to go back and fix it. So I'm sorry about the levels in here for OP because it's not right. Huh. It's weird. Let me at least make sure that the one that we're at right now is actually correct. Yeah. That's not even yeah, so you got that can be extended up to 78.75. So this can be extended up to 78.75 here on the weekly range in here. And then the reason why it's sitting at this low down here, I don't know. It should have been more like 60.25. Should have been the low of the range. And then there's another one down here, but it shouldn't be this wide stance in here, and I don't know why it looks like that, but I'm not gonna try to fix it right now. But that's what you got for OP. And then OP, where you can see it in here already, potential for some sort of an inverse head and shoulders in here. I'm still long on this on OP, and we got long in here. We got long in here on OP. So still holding that. I actually was looking back at that today. Because I think the last time I was talking about it, like last time I was talking about it, the market started pulling back quite a bit, and so yeah, so now I'm back up. Actually, it's telling me that we got long in here. We got long in here. We didn't get long in here. We got long in here. So back up like 107% now on OP. Only use the 3x leverage. Only use the 3x leverage on it. But still up like 107 right now, so that's good. Looks like Ethereum probably is going to hold that low, that high that I was looking at. All right. So that's what I was talking about. Like you can see it a little better in here. We have to draw it from up higher though. I guess potentially inverse head and shoulder. And here I haven't confirmed anything with volume. Let me just get rid of these. I gotta remap this chart. I still don't know why I have this here, but I can't delete it because it must have been important for me to do it. It must have been before. Okay, it was for this time frame, and then we finally got the closure above it right here. That explains it. It was for the daily, and I was looking at this, and I was saying we're not getting any closures above this trend line in here. And then finally we got a closure above it, and it was like, now you got it. So what? Boom. It's like, oh, you thought you was about to get something different? Nah, there your closure go, shimmy. Drop it. All right. So that was that. I don't need that. I don't need it. I'm gonna keep this one in here though. That was weekly. That was a weekly. All right. I didn't see anything in here besides that for this. Once it where it is now, well, on a weekly closure. So now we know we're looking for a weekly candle closure above this trend line in here, and hopefully it doesn't do this right here. But we're looking for a weekly candle closure above here. That's actually above momentum with the weekly candle closure above here, and then we can start to look at those targets throughout here. I think 125 was a target. Keeping it conservative, looking through here for OP. Don't want to call for too much on it, not in the moment anyway. So that's something to look forward to for OP. And then H bar, you already know what it is. Did we not already do H bar? Yeah, we already did H bar, so we can keep it moving. We can keep it moving on H bar. This chart right here may not have some stuff on it that I may have had on the other one. That's one thing I can see in here. I think I was using the other one because I can actually pull volume on it. Whereas I cannot. Cannot pull volume on this H bar. And nothing's really changed in here. Yeah, Nothing's actually changed throughout here either. I'm going to leave this line as it is. I'm not going to extend it past. What I mean by extend, I'm not gonna push it up to capture these two in here. I'm gonna leave it just like that. And from there, you just look at horizontals. This didn't really matter because they still ended up tapping the low of this range in here. Like I said, this still hasn't been invalidated, so I'm not taking that away just yet because it has not been invalidated. We might as well go ahead and say that this is done. Let me stop playing. I'm being ridiculous now. I'm trying to hold on to that. Right? That's petty. Alright. Yeah, this really didn't matter too much in here. It was still the weekly level in here that made the difference. I'm gonna hide it though. Assume I may need it later for some reason. I wish our data was coming out today. That would be nice. That would be really, really nice. Because the volatility is going to be crazy tonight while everybody's sleeping. If I'm up in the middle of the night, I'll probably just get up and stream. You can join me. You got nothing better to do. Alright, so that's near. Let me make sure I still have near, honey, because right now I say I got something, I don't have it. Yeah, I still got it. Okay. Alright, this is Undo still trying to hold up. And I know I have Undo because I bought it last year. I'm still keeping our fingers crossed here for Undo. This was our little stop in here. It didn't do terrible. I mean, we slipped over it, but not bad. Come on, Undo, just take out this little high in here with the closure above it, and we can say we're continuing. And hopefully there's not another stop out in here for Undo. Maybe market maker should send this thing blasting, or data tomorrow sends it just blasting up through here. I had no idea that it was that close to being invalidated. Wow. It was that close to being invalidated. And at that point, it would have been a no trade. I was looking at this last night too on one of the videos. And yeah, really waited for this to happen. Didn't think it was going to happen. Anyway, moving on. Undo's still looking pretty good in here. I mean, just like everything else, we might see a little cool off in here. I think Undo's 12 may have done. No, it didn't even do the same thing. You can see how close of a call that was, and Undo just barely making it once again. I don't really know what's going on with it. I haven't invalidated this over here. I'm gonna leave this one sitting in here for now for Undo. And let me look at something. Let's see what's up with Undo here. Come on, PC, stop lagging on me, please. Okay, so yeah, Undo continues to struggle. It just does. It's a struggle buster. You're gonna come up into resistance, probably around $1. So you can do the weekly average range right there. You can do that high. And then I'm just looking at the weekly to just simplify things. And then, yeah, I'm just looking at the weekly. And then it could come back to about 84. It can come back to about 84. So you see right here, it can come back to right in here. If it rejects, that's what you want to see. You want to see it hold and not necessarily come back into this weekly level in here, but the weekly time frame suggests that if we're not able to push up and get that continuation move up, that would be your return zone down here for Undo. So hopefully things work out for Undo. But I really didn't pay attention to that the other day either. It just how close that came to actually tapping that low. And I'm looking at my portfolio like, oh, let me make sure I got Aptos still. And I do. I should have bought more Aptos. I didn't. I didn't buy any more, so it's not like I'm winning right now or not. But eventually it could. Eventually it could. These 4 hours may not be relevant anymore. At least it looks like this one over here may have done its last bit of hopium over here. And that one. So I need to go back and look at levels in here for Aptos. I just want to check back in on Ethereum. That looks very corrective. Very corrective. I probably need to jump off of them and jump back on Bitcoin right now because it's starting to I drew that across this one. But actually appears I drew it across that one. Take into account that little bit. Surprised I got it right without having to. Dang. Cost finally started to split this daily level in here. It was holding it so well. I mean, in between the golden pocket 786 came back up. Oh, this doesn't look too appealing. Did have some sort of a little squeeze in here. Something in here. I mean, you're back inside the daily range now, but how the RSI just, you got hope. You got hope. That 12-hour pending squeeze, you got hope. So hopefully that plays out in here. That looks like it may actually be the need to do this, because the last time we were just talking about this, and this is trying to lag on me. So now we can see it because we're whipping this, so we wouldn't be able to use it because we're whipping it instead of seeing the pure rejections off of it. I can't. You can do that with your RSI. So that's pretty much what I'm telling you. So on your 12-hour time frame, you can do that with your RSI, and then you can look for that break. I'm gonna jump back over on Bitcoin now. I need to. Zach said you're not getting that. That was the little pump right here off of the daily right here. I told you had to be, no, was that it? No, it was a 4-hour. It's a 4-hour. It was the 4-hour. I was about to say, like, hold on. Yeah, the 4-hour. I mentioned to you on X over that weekend. I said you just need to be a little patient. Yeah, it was over that weekend. So you just need to be a little patient in here with Pith. It was going to give you that pump, but you just had to be a little patient with it because it was taking its sweet time. And I said to just wait for the 20 SMA break, the 20 SMA, and that would have been this candle right here for you. So you can see how it came up to 20 SMA right here at that point, or just drawing your trend line down through here. So you got it. Now it looks like you got a little corrective formation in here, something to watch in your own Pith. But now then take it back over to Biddy, to Bitcoin right now. So I'm gonna put this back on this, back over here. And then no. And I check in on that periodically. I don't like this portion right here, so hopefully we can flip back up that. Otherwise, it's gonna make this look crappy. Yeah, I do want to break back up this 20. You know what? I didn't even realize. I'm like, why do I hear all of the music without the mic being in? It's because I unplugged microphone. So, okay. I unplugged the mic last night so I can hear the ringing and stuff like that. Yeah. So I can hear my alarms go off. All right, Bitcoin. All right, so you know the level I'm watching right now. The more important level to me right now. I'm just trying to see to it that we get the sweep of that previous week high. That's really like the biggest thing for me because we're front running it, and I don't like the idea of us front running that. So getting that closure above that, at least. I mean, we got like 18 minutes left. Like, can we do it in 18 minutes? Can we do that in 18 minutes? That'd be the next 12-hour candle um, closure. We'll see. All right, so let me look back at this. Yeah, it would be nice if we could do this one. If we could hold this one, that'd be great. And then we don't have to worry about trying to come back into this one. It is still positioned upwards, um, but it would be nice if we could just hold it at this 112. I know what I didn't share with you, and I need to share it with you, but we'll get into that in a minute. Right now, we're just going to watch this Bitcoin, and we're going to see what we can get here. What? Thank you. Mm-hmm. Ouch. Hit my knee. All right. And so if you're out on like your 15-minute time frame, it is basically this through here. Basically these highs through here. And that's that. So might be on to something over here. Might be on to something over there on the 15-minute time frame. But there is that confirmed trend line. That trend line is confirmed over here on the 4 hour time frame. I'll adjust that in just a minute because I know y'all want to see the Bitcoin situation. I'll adjust it from the sideline. Address it from the sideline. Just trying to figure out how I want to address it. Thank you. I'm just still trying to figure out how I want to do it. I think it's like that. Yeah. So like this. And then that brings us in line with what we're looking at down here. If for some reason we failed in here and we came back, that would bring us in line with this because this is what our momentum is looking like across here. So we lose this, we start to have some problems. This probably wouldn't do anything for us again. This was just a one-time play, possibly. I mean, the weekly can always be a great place of return, but I really don't have anything else to go on down there at this time besides that. And what I said yesterday was probably taking this liquidity here and then taking that liquidity. That's our range. This is our range high, and this is our range low. We're just playing the range right now. And I'm trying to be a little greedy too. 'Cause I said I was going to take partial profits in here of Bitcoin, but I wanted to see us take this up here first, above this line. We don't have any chop in this rush so far. No chop there. I mean, how can you not help but to have bullish divergence? It's 15 minutes though. See. Sixteen. Ethereum is still holding above our little top side over there right now, so keeping an eye on that. I'm gonna have to refresh everything today, and hopefully I don't lose any data when I do it. There's a lot of times when I have to refresh it, it happens. But I can tell how my PC is performing right now. with the lag. I did see the stable coin come back up. That's what I was going to tell you. I'm trying to watch this right now. Keeps going on with that, yeah. Connection and stuff like that. I have to refresh everything. Let's draw a fib on this right here too. I just want to see. So I'm just going to draw a fib off of this little low. No, I don't like doing the fib on this. I don't. Mm-mm. Even if you can pierce it. So I don't want your nervousness to come from piercing it because it can be pierced. Now you're totally below it. If you're not reclaiming back above that level, then we could be doing that 111. And if we're not holding that, then like I said, we could actually come down. Which is the last thing I want to see us do. I really want to sweep that top side first and then come back in and sweep that low. And then do whatever we're gonna do. So Ethereum actually slipped in a little bit here into our range. So we're below that top side, but we're still within our block. And here for Ethereum for now. I can also see that we will end up getting another squeeze here on the 15-minute time frame for Ethereum. I had to zoom out to the 1 hour. From the 1 hour, I can tell that we're actually, yeah, 1 hour had a different support level that was just slightly below this one, which is exactly where we got the bounce from right here. So after 1 hour, so like I said, it's these highs in here, the highs over here. So it was possible to push it in a little bit. So like I said, you can break over it. Just we need to be able to reclaim it, and then we actually have to reclaim it here. So at least that's the gimme from the 1 hour. I'm still holding the 20 SMA also in here on the 1 hour time frame. And Ethereum, you can see what we did with our level in here for ETH. You can see what we did, how we did. I know I wanted us to hold the top side in here. We are back up above it right now, and we did hold our zone in here pretty well so far. So we just continue to look out for that. This is still valid in here for Ethereum at the moment. This is still valid. So this can still be used if you know, we used this last night or yesterday. Used this in the live video yesterday. So if we got to drop down, that this was going to be a line in the sand. So we can come back into here, and this is where I longed from over here. After this first dip into it, I longed. So this is still useful. This is coming in, which means you can be looking for some sort of a squeeze to happen over here on Ethereum. But looks like we might still be flat. So that's why we got such a strong reaction. Let me see if that's the case. Yeah, so we are still flat. Let's say, hold on, something looks a little awkward. Yes, we are still a bit flat in here, which is why we got such a nice reaction off of the drop here for Ethereum, because it's flat. So when you break, it's actually when you start causes it to expand. But if it's flat and you bounce off of it, it's a bit different. Okay. I don't have a reason to touch Ethereum again myself in here, but it might give something in here. It may. I'm not going to tell you to be premature with it. Maybe we can even wait for some divergence of some sort. So we got like 7 minutes on this candle in here. I'm sure it looks different from here. I wouldn't have been able to utilize any of that. So yeah, 15 minutes. I just prefer it. All right, let me look back over here at Bitcoin. And we reclaim back into our range. But like I said, over here on Bitcoin, what we have to do at this point is Ethereum has already recovered above what it needed to recover above when it did that. Like, so that was really great on Ethereum on this new 4-hour candle close. So we did show a change of behavior. That's the first change of behavior for Ethereum on the 4-hour time frame That's why I was so happy about seeing that. Like, that is the first change of behavior. That's a good thing, people. That is a good thing. That is the first change of behavior since August 24th. Since August 24th. That was the first change of behavior for Ethereum since August 24th. So since that Sunday, August 24th. So that's a plus off of this 4 hour. That's top notch. That's top notch. First change of behavior. And more to come, hopefully, here for Ethereum. More to come for Ethereum. Let's see how we react right here. All right. Let me see if that was 382. Yep. So 382. I'm just waiting to see how we react in here. We could reject, probably get some bullish divergence in here or something like that. So I don't have a reason to want to add anything in here because we may only just do this in here. But I'm showing you. We could just do that. If we're lucky enough to take liquidity up here, we're lucky enough to do that. trying to find my earpiece. So, I think I know what I did with it. As I make up all this little noise in the background, I'm so sorry. I've been chillaxing all week, so I feel really lazy at this point. Oh boy. I know Bitcoin is not trying to be shade recovery. You better give my people something. Ethereum did, if you watched that level earlier. I don't have a reason to do anything different with these right now. I'm looking to take some profit, not add some more money in. Let me see what that did. Okay, it didn't hurt it. Didn't hurt it at all. Okay, so while we're doing that, what I was looking at in here was the stable coin chart in here, and I could see that it was coming back into a resistance point in here, which I was hoping that it would act as resistance and Bitcoins would act as support at the level that we identified, because it did break below. It broke below this trend line in here, and you can see how it had held up before in here, and then I have this zone in here, and so I just omit this top part in here because it's really not too relevant to me. So just this portion across here as the resistance zone if it comes back into it. And last night I draw this little trend line right here on it, and we came up a little bit and we dropped back down. So now I'm going to pull it up to the top side of it like this, and just start to watch that here for this thing in here. Then let me drop a line right here. And let's see. Actually, I'm gonna make this into a range, so I'm gonna take this one away. I'll make it into a range. Yeah, do it like that. And of course, I don't know if it'll drop down that low, but if Bitcoin pumps that good, then maybe it will. Otherwise, it's going to break back up this. It's going to break back up here. This is too wide for me to want to draw a line on it. It looks like what we bounced from off of this week, though. I suppose I could do that, right? So let me just be nice. Let me be fair. That just made it so wide, though. That made it so wide. I think that was what I was originally going to go for right there. Yeah, that's better. Then that captures this last little pivot in here as well, instead of just the the low in here, but I mean, you can still see that was what it was holding right here, and it did break that. So, this is coming in a little bit more, so that's nice. And so, like, guys, with Ethereum, even if, okay, like I said, Ethereum got its first change of behavior since the 24th of August. So at this point, even if Ethereum pulled back down, came back and took out the low, I would jump long, because the second time that behavior changes again, it's a blast off. I want the first time to be it. The first time isn't it, and it comes down. The second time it definitely be it. It won't do it too much. Won't play around with it too much from now on. And that was where I was telling you that resistance is sitting at. Now we got to get back in here so we can do this. We still got 8 minutes on this, so this can still pivot down. I do like the fact that it broke it, but it can still pivot down. If it doesn't, I guess this was just a V-shaped recovery, and you just automatically jump ship there. The second this goes flat, that's when I want to look at it. The second it goes flat, and it goes flat with the second candle. And that's how you see it over here. Jump flat there from that candle now. Ethereum's looking nice. It's looking nice. Nice little outside bar over here on the 1 hour. 37 minutes, but it's still an outside bar. That's nice. Outside bar over here on the 15-minute time frame, because we completely engulfed this candle over here. I like outside bars as much as I like the inside bars, but I still like outside bars. No, I never look at Jito, but I like that token. I've held it, since it got listed on Coinbase back when, last year, whenever it was. I bought it and held it for a while now. But I never discussed it. That was a nice candle reaction off of both Bitcoin and Ethereum. I like both of those. What I was going to do is see, it doesn't want to play right. It won't let me. It's starting to act funny with me right now. Okay, it did it over here. So BTC, BNB, Soul, Hype, Sui, Litecoin, Crow. These are a few of them right now. I'm going to take a look at these real quick and see if there's anything in here for you. BNB, Soul, Hype would be a good one. So Hyperliquid on the 15-minute time frame could be something you can mess with. This one you can probably mess with. I didn't do it last night either. I'm gonna give it a sec here though. If it V-shapes, then you don't want to mess with it. It doesn't look like it's gonna V-shape. So maybe we give Hyperliquid a little bit of time here. And then we can look back at that one. And then let me see what Sui looks like. I've said don't do leverage on that one, so I pass it. Athena is another one. Let me see what Aave. That's one. I'm just looking at 15-minute. And jump ship and put you over here for a sec. We know Aave. Let me just go through and see what each one of these looks like. I've seen that MYX. That thing is crazy. I don't know if I want to touch that one. This looks very corrective here on Poly. Here. So this one could be a great suitor. This one could be a good suitor. Pole. OGP. I'd rather stick to something that would probably be more favorable. If this stays in here just a little bit longer, like how it did over here, then this could be a good play for you. I would want to see it stay in here a little bit longer though. Um, so I like that one. Hyperliquid. I'll probably end up doing this myself if it stays in here a while longer. If it just pushes through, then I don't want it. I really want to see it stay in here. I want to see this drop in just a little bit more. I want to see it drop in closer to 50 or even into 50 and put in a little bit of a squeeze in here. That would be great. And then I would really be interested in jumping in on height. But like I said, height was at resistance. Is that not what I just said to you when we went through the charts? I said height was at resistance. So everything was going to see a little bit of a pullback in here. But I like this. And you can see ETH isn't in here because Ethereum did pretty good with that reaction. I wouldn't want to do BNB. It looked like it might just break all the way back up already. It's already about to jump back above the 20 SMA already. So it's not even hanging out. So it would probably be slow. This would be the best thing right here. Right now, let's see if it stays in here. And then I looked at Sui. It would have to stay in here too for me. It would have to stay in here and dodge around a little bit. And I guess I don't like the Litecoin one. I don't like that one. And I wouldn't tell you Crow right now. I don't like the wicks on this one. So I wouldn't, you can't do anything with that. Yeah, that's World Liberty. No. Okay. And this thing is up like 143%. Heck no. It will either be pole or hype. And pole is up how much? Just 0.16%. I don't know how y'all felt about this one. If it stays in here and chops, then sure. It's meme coin though, but Bonk is like $7. I don't know. I'd say $7. Oh my gosh, no, it's not. Why don't we stay away from meme coins? Hold or hype. So I watch this one right here for a sec and just see if it does something more like this, then this is good. If it does something more like this, then it's an easier place to jump in on this one. And since I already have the chart over here for it, I'll replace all the Trump coin in here. Is that a gap? That's an actual gap. How often do you see a gap in crypto? You rarely see something like this. You rarely see that. And this just speaks to how overextended it was. You see all of this. So yeah, this needs to chop a bit. So let's just let that do that. Let it chop. See that gap? come in for this gap. Oh, please, and thank you. Come in for this gap. Let me put this back on Ethereum. Bam, bam. In fact, let me just make sure I don't leave this looking that color because I don't want it to. And then we'll check this out over here. See if we can't play that. We might be late to the party. We're gonna play with it anyway. That was the first thing we said when we came on this morning, I think. It may not have been, may not have been Ethereum. But I was like, sometimes you chop and you create like a corrective formation for some sort of a quick move or a move up. Ethereum, I just need for you to hold. Please, just hold. But like I said, nice change of behavior for Ethereum. 4-hour cloud cover. And that V-shaped recovery. Bitcoin didn't do as well. We're recovering above that resistance on that 1 hour. So when we come back in for some bullish divergence here, that'll hold us up over here for Hyperliquid. I was really just trying to see how often we actually whip that fast signal, which is that green one. How often we whipped it over here first. We did whip it a few times out here before we actually moved up above this one. Then everything just basically aligned to here. So we'll look for that same alignment in here. I hope market open is good. I took a long coin yesterday. We had just been holding the range, going sideways on coin. I don't really care if it drops. I mean, I took it on BTCC. I'm gonna hold it. structure is slightly different. Couldn't mess with that. I don't like that structure. And just wait. Did not get glorified structure in here. I have to get something in here. Yeah, Bitcoin ran straight into that resistance, so has to be able to break above that resistance. Otherwise, we'll be seeing our 111.6. The other thing Ethereum just did too, when I said Ethereum got a change of behavior for the first time in here since back in August, was the this wasn't what I was looking at, but it's still great. Ethereum MACD flipped above its signal line for the first time on the 4-hour time frame. So even if it rejects here and comes back up the next time, it's not going to reject. So Ethereum is good to start looking at it now. I know it has not been like performing its greatest, but the 4-hour that was a good move for Ethereum. And I can show you that. Let me just take a look here at the MACD and Delta. So this is the 15, but here on the 4-hour, you can see we're blue. That's the first time that it crossed above the zero line and its signal line. It's the first time it did it. It's crossed the signal line before, I'm sorry. But it's the first time it pushed up into the zero line because it hadn't done that. And you can see all this time throughout this fall, this drop, how it never came up above it. Throughout any of this, it didn't do it. It last did it back here in August the 27th. It got a drop there, and then there was another signal in here. You can't see it, but it's another signal in here too on the 24th that just gave it a new change of behavior also. So you got two indicators that did something different here for Ethereum 4-hour time frame. So you can see the MACD still, the RSI still looks relatively okay in here. You know, still got an elevator mouth on those ribbons in here, those signals in here. So, I'm good with that. I think that's great. Ethereum will be looking to turn around here. It will be. Just have to wait. Not let Bitcoin drag it down right now. Did I give us something to watch in here aside from this? When I went through the chart, I'm asking you like you're just gonna remember or care to tell me. Let's see if this lines up with anything else in here. That's what I want it to do that. I don't know if I like pulling it from here. I don't really. I'll leave it like that. Let's see. What about this? I don't need to have the 50 on if we're. I didn't mean to do that. What did I do? I don't even know what fib level I turned on. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe that was the Lord speaking to me, saying, "You do it like this." It was a mistake. I'm gonna go with this mistake. Not that it makes a difference. It didn't change anything I was already looking at. Sorry, didn't mean to turn that off on you. And if hyper liquid doesn't meet the criteria that I'm looking for, I'm not gonna mess with it. It has to do the things I'm looking for it to do. Otherwise, I'm not gonna touch it. I don't care if it pumps to Valhalla. I'm not gonna touch it. Just waiting. Just waiting. I wonder if any of these other ones that we saw prior did anything. Nope. XRP is in there now. It wasn't there before. Now it's in here. I'm just gonna click on it and see. Nah, that one doesn't look good enough for me. I don't think Ada was in here before either. Yeah, it would have to sit in here for a minute. Your 15 minutes going to give you some plays, at least a scalp, at least, you know, it's going to give you something. I'm going to do, nope, not did what Bitcoin did. Each bar is in here now. Yeah, these all did what Ethereum did. This just looks the best. I think these are in here. They probably look like Ethereum did. Yeah, they got those V-shaped recoveries. Hype didn't do a V-shape. It was at resistance earlier when we looked at it, though. I know that much is true. As I said, now it's doing crazy stuff because it was supposed to stall out at I said it was supposed to stall out here, like the highs were across this resistance in here. So all of this part in here was just kind of crazy. But it did it anyway. Why isn't it showing up over here? Probably because I did it off of this pane. Is that the problem? Because now I don't see my other stuff. Okay. Because it was supposed to hold out below here. Like this was actual resistance in here for hype. But hype just really blasted up through that 49. And that was a clear top for hype. So all of this, and including this little gap in here, is kind of weird. But what did I say? What did I say too? I said that the RSI might have been the thing that I missed. All right, so I can hush now. That's why I said the RSI might have been the thing that I missed. Drew the line across here and said that may have been what I missed in here on hype was the trend regression break that allowed it to get above here. This still looks good. The RSI still looks strong. Two bounces off the 20 SMA, so it must be must be pushing up to here. I just want to see. Let's see where that is. That's closer, so I can see it from here. So that could make sense. Cap. We might hold in this pocket on Bitcoin until for the rest of the market, because Bitcoin will probably end up moving the rest of the market. We might hold in this pocket till market opens at 9:30, so about 30 minutes. I wonder if this will put me closer. You can do that. Yeah, you can do that. It's still in reach of the 20 SMA. Bitcoin's making another attempt to try to hold that support level right now. Well, making another attempt of trying to get above the resistance with the new 1 hour candle open. Just so you know, I'm looking to get long. Got 20 SMA tap. So this would be rather tight. 50 is good. And then whatever this wants to do in here. And I need for it to hang out a little while longer. Need it to hang out a little while longer. So watching in here. All right, back in our zone here for Ethereum. God, this thing's just sitting over here not doing anything, like trying to be strong. Again, I'm not going to take it if it doesn't meet my criteria. I just let it continue to do its thing. All right, so we're back to trying to hold that area of support for Bitcoin. And it actually is extended out a little bit lower than the point that I have it. I'm going to keep it like I have it at that 112 though. And then, like I told you earlier, if Bitcoin doesn't hold that, then you're going to be looking down around that 111, 614 for that trend line to hold. And there's also the horizontal line as well with that diagonal ascending trend line. And if Bitcoin doesn't hold that, then we could do that that low first. We could. Let me check that 4-hour again of Bitcoin because I'm looking at the one right now. But yeah, so we could end up doing the low instead. So so again, just to recap here on Bitcoin, um, we want to see us hold in here. If we're not holding in here, to try to come up here and take the liquidity at the high here, then it could be that we could take the liquidity from the low. So it could be that instead of us looking for that move, we could be looking for this one instead. But this is going to happen. This is going to happen at some point, one or the other. But liquidity off of both sides is going to get taken. That's all I'm trying to say. Liquidity off of both sides is going to get taken. So if we're not holding in here again, this is going to be our line in the sand this time. It's not going to be this one, so you don't have a reason to look back at this one. This was our line in the sand from yesterday. And this is our line in the sand today. So let me find a better way to put this in here for you. Do us like this. So this is going to be what we're looking for. That's not holding. And then we're breaking this trend line in here. This is what price can return to. That's what the chart's showing me. That's what I'm telling you. So there, you're gonna watch this before I get out of here because I'm about to get off stream. So you're gonna watch this level right here. Again, let me click on that again. Make sure 111,877 to 111,624. So basically the low is the most important part of this whole thing in here. So or you can say 11,614, whatever you want to do. But I just know that it is this zone right here. So it's this here. That's a $10 difference. It doesn't matter to me about the $10 difference. 111,624, 111,877. Come back into the zone in here. And we're holding in here. Then that's great. Then we'll be looking for this to happen first, this one to happen first. If that's the case, if not, we're not holding in here. You do not want to be in it. You want to wait until we can reclaim it, but you don't want to be in it, okay? This doesn't matter anymore at this point. This is out the window now. And so then we can come back in here for the low down here, 109, 329. That's the possible scenario in here for Bitcoin. And then back in here for Ethereum, you already saw we're looking to hold this level in here. Move that out of the way so you can see that. It's 43.39, 91 to 43.24, 62. If we're not doing this for Ethereum, this level is still good for Ethereum right now until I see something change for that. So yesterday, same level in here for 42.87, 42.78. This level is still good for Ethereum. Just the one for Bitcoin is not. And then if we're not being successful with this, which I don't see a reason why we wouldn't be here for Ethereum. I don't see a reason why we wouldn't be for ETH. Yeah, I mean, that's the line in the sand for Ethereum too. So here and then here. That's it. That's it. Hype. Whatever this little gappy thing over here that Hype did, I'm looking to get an entry in on here. So if it doesn't happen here in the next, I'm gonna wait for market to open and then I'm gonna get off. If we're not down into here, you can easily just watch your RSI. You can easily just watch your RSI. You can easily just do this right here on your RSI. You can see how perfect those touches were throughout here on your RSI. You can do that right there. And then you can wait for this. Theoretically, you want to see this chop across here and then come up. But I'm watching this gap here with the 20 SMA on the, that took us off the 1 hour. Yeah, off your 1 hour because it has held a few times through here. So that's what I'm watching, the 20 SMA on the 1 hour through here. Did get a bear dip in here though. This thing was just so far overextended. It was so overextended. I mean, I thought I did this earlier. I guess I didn't. I'm just going to highlight this candle right here as a, let's see. It's in line with the a monthly high. That means that this would take a while. I wouldn't expect for it to just drop into that. So that would just mean that you have a better chance of waiting on hyperliquid. I'm not telling you to wait on this. We're looking at the 15-minute right now. We're just trying to do something quick. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. I'm sorry. You can do this one. Yeah, you can do this one. You can do the high up here. You can't. Yeah, so that's about around what 618 is. All right, so that, I mean, that's what we got. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. But right now, watching this one. Watching this one. I'm actually gonna delete that. I didn't care for it. I don't know if I even shared or got in on that. I think I may have this morning. It's pulled back on me since then, but I think I did. Oh no. Today. What is this? Let me see what this is. Oh, that's World Liberty Finance. That was earlier. Get over here. But I'm down now a little bit. Not down from, I mean, Ethereum did get a pullback. So it's not up as much as it was a little while ago. And that was, I think I did share where I know I mentioned it, but I don't know if I shared it to say, hey, I got long over here off of this whole zone in here for ETH. Yeah, so I've given some money back now. Definitely giving some money back now, but you can see that 42, 42.87, 42.87. So once we got in here, I took that, took the first drop in and started to add on the second one, but I didn't for the double bottom. So I can come, you can come back in here and take me out. That's all I'm saying. You can come back and take me out. I haven't taken any profit off of it. I did not take any profit. So just looking for something stronger out of Ethereum. Bitcoin's still trying to hold. It's still trying to hold Bitcoin. It's got some work to hold right here, but momentum is postured positive until we lose it. I said I wasn't gonna look at this morning, but I said I wasn't gonna do it. Look, I said I wasn't gonna do it. I said I wasn't gonna do it. I said nope, leave it alone. That's what I said. Because when we was looking at it yesterday, and I was looking for the drop, the break and reclaim back in. When I looked at it today, I was like, nah, leave it alone, leave it alone, and then look at it. I said, leave it alone and then look at it. I still got it on my. I didn't take no leverage position on it, but I'm still holding. I'm still holding it. Dang, I straight up said, leave it alone. I was not feeling the formation after the squeeze. After the squeeze in here, after the squeeze in here, I just wasn't feeling the formation. Afterwards, I was like, yeah, just leave it alone, and I'll be dang. I'll be dang. You mofo. This is playing with me. This is playing with me. It might, I mean, that happens first. If you want to do that, then do that. It doesn't match my criteria. I'm not gonna take it. And I wanted something else to trade. Look at that momentum bar just popped out there on. Oh, look at this, about to turn down on that sell pressure potentially. But like I said, if it doesn't match the criteria for me, I'm not going to take it. I'll just let it go ahead and do whatever it's going to do. I would sit out of it. I would just sit out of it. Let me look lower. I'm not trying to force it. I'm not trying to force it. That bullish divergence here on the 7. I'm just not gonna force it for myself though. Not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I guess it wants to. It's fine. It's fine. I look back at it later for myself. But I mean, mm, let's see who else is still in here with us. Slide this out so you can see it. All right. So, Ada. All right. XRP is still in here. Link is still in here. SUI, XLM, AVAX, HBAR. Let me use this one over here. See, XRP. Still doesn't look like something I want to touch. If you start to see a squeeze here on your 15-minute time frame, though, even if your Bollinger doesn't look like this, if you start to see a squeeze here on your 15-minute, and you're still below your 20 SMA, then you can be looking for a break to the upside on the 15-minute on these particular ones. That's your homework. So I don't like that. I don't like how chain link is. I don't like that. Ones I would probably mess around with. Ones I would say look more appetizing. SUI, hype, looks more appetizing through here. Like the structure just looks much nicer throughout there. Ada, that looks more appetizing. The SUI and hype both look. I mean, the look on those two is a little bit more appealing to me than any of the other ones so far. HBAR got some work to do, but nonetheless, I'm okay with it. Ton, not quite for me. Athena, this one isn't bad at all. Hype SUI, Athena. And I think what we looked at was it. Oh, let me see. Tab. And pole. I like this one. Pole. So those are the ones that I would look at, once you start to see your volatility taper off. I put myself back on the correct Ethereum chart. That's what I would look at. Those are the ones. Bands are still wide open on Ethereum right now. You can tell. No onion. Okay, I gotta restart my PC. It doesn't even want to load at this point. I've got to restart my PC. Yeah, no onion. All right, I appreciate you for coming by today. Got the info. You got the info. And don't forget that Bitcoin's rejection was coming from the CME gap as well. So and with that, I'm going to I'll call it puts. I'm going to call it puts for today. Let's back at your BTC. So you're doing all right, trying to fight the good fight in here. Trying to fight the good fight in here. So you got all the stuff that you need to watch. I'm gonna call it a day. I love you. I thank you. Do follow me at Down to Crypto TA. If I see a reason, I post at Down to Crypto TA. Do follow the Coin King at DA Coin King. D as in dog, A as in apple, Coin King. All right. And I'll see you tomorrow, or something special comes up. All right.